Hello, people. Yeah, it's been a little bit since the Minecraft hardcore streams, but hey, here we are, I guess. With more Minecraft. Gosh darn it, man. Yeah. Today we're basically just going to be going into Redstone testing, and we're just going to be doing a bunch of Redstone stuff for like a couple hours. Yeah. Basically the main goal is I want to try to make a 5x5 piston door, and yeah, we'll see about that. I've been thinking about how I'm going to do the layout for a little bit. I've been like thinking about how I'm going to do it. There's many different ways you can make a piston layout for a 5x5, and I gotta find out. I gotta do a bunch of testing, and that's why I'm doing this stream. Basically just gonna be testing out how to make a 5x5. Because I've never made a 5x5. I've made 4x4s, like, I guess this one. 4x4 is really easy. Here's like a 3x4 that uses only the wall. I gotta compact this thing. I really gotta compact this. That's on my bucket list to do also. I just never got to it. Maybe I'll do that this stream. If I finished a 5x5, I won't. But if I finished a 5x5, then maybe I'll compact this down. Or maybe I'll compact this down first and then do the 5x5. I don't know. I've added a couple new things here. This cool staircase. Which is really complicated. Yeah. This took a while. This took absolutely forever. And, yeah. Now, we might be doing, like, I might follow a tutorial once. I might just follow a tutorial, build one 5x5, just to see how people would normally do it, and then we'll try mine design, maybe. I don't know. This world is only my designs, basically. I mean, some of these piston extenders I took from elsewhere because they're compact and easy, but I understand how they work, and it makes sense how they work. And it makes my doors nice and compact, and the rest of the wiring is me. And like this thing was basically completely on my own, and this is really complicated. It's 5x3 or 5x4. This is the biggest piston door I've made so far. It's 5x4. And the reason I was able to make this is because this doesn't require triple piston extenders. This requires doubles, and that's it. So it's pretty simple. But I want to make a not so simple one instead. So, yeah. So we're just going to head into this corner, and this is where we're going to build that 5x5. But first, I want to do some other things. I'm going to grab quartz and like a lantern. I'm going to need a lot of space, I can already tell. So, we're going to have to get a ton of space right here. Now, this is just ridiculous, right? I have to retract this entire wall. Like, are you kidding me? How? But I'm going to be doing that later. And yeah, basically I just want this to be like a really chill, relaxed stream where I just kind of do some redstone. I was going to do this earlier, and I was actually going to do this yesterday, but I was too tired yesterday. And today, my dad was playing a bunch of music that's copyrighted. If it wasn't copyrighted, I probably would have just streamed anyways, but I'm pretty sure it's copyrighted, so that's why I just decided to wait. Yeah. However, I'm gonna go grab some cherry water real quick. Yeah. Oh, I gotta ping. Hold on. Yeah, I'll do that after I get cherry water. Forget. Yeah. Oh my god, I got here just in time. Jeez. I just wanted to loop Serenity. Where should we... You know, no. Passion. Alright. Now I have to make a 5x5. Oh dear god. Okay. So we gotta figure out a piston layout, first of all. So... now there's like 2 different ways I can do this. Either I can retract all of this, like, into a wall, like this. Get out of your caption. Either I can retract all of this into a wall, so both of these are over here like that. And then we're just left with that center block to deal with. So either I can do something like that. Of course, we need the frame around it as well. So either I can do something like that, and then we'll have to like store these blocks up here, or maybe like right here, and put this here, and then store these blocks like right here or something. And that's our door. And then we like push, 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 push up, push this over, and then push this down like this. And then these are hipsters. So they would look more like this. So you push in these blocks like so. And then you push these in. And then you push this entire wall in like that. That's kind of how I want to do it. But I don't know. I mean, how else could I do it, I guess? Let's see. I could do like side heavy, so I can retract all of these like this, and then like retract all of these like that. Now, I definitely want to do that for these blocks right here. I definitely want these to go into the floor, because it's just going to be easier. So those ones can definitely go in the floor and like the ceiling. So that handles all of that. That just makes this a lot easier to wire, because it's less blocks, which should make it easier. I mean, let's see. These would also take care of these blocks, so we need a double extender over here, which means we also need block storage right here. But that's in the frame, so we have an issue. So how exactly am I going to store a block there? I want this to be seamless as well, by the way. That's a design requirement. It needs to be seamless. So how can I make it seamless? Because we have these blocks right here, which are going to get retracted. Actually, no, we do need these to be 5 high, and we need to retract the entirety of that wall. Because we need to leave room so we can do some other stuff later. So yeah, I think it is going to be worth making a 5 tall double piston extender hipster door setup on the one side here. It's actually going to be worth it, and you'll see why later. 5 hours later. I'm probably going to be streaming until like 12 o'clock, by the way. Like, this is not going to be a fast, easy process. This is going to take forever. I'm just warning you now. I also want this to be semi-compact and small and easy to build. So it needs to be, like, relatively not horrible. And that's going to be the challenge. So, yeah. I'm just warning you now. Don't want captions. Okay. So here's what we're working with currently. Now, how do I get rid of these blocks exactly? You know? Let's see. Let's grab a 0 tick. Alright. Lumendo. This is 10 months ago. Holy Jesus. Holy crap. Zero ticks are crazy, by the way. I just want that to be known. Where are the pistons even going? I don't get it, man. They're using slime and honey, obviously. That part I can tell. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, no thank you. Jeez. Oh, hi, Lamendo. How you doing today? Okay, how to 5x5 piston door change redstone. See, these have. This is what I was gonna do, but it has in the thing. But this is kind of what the animation is gonna look like in the end. I'm also gonna watch Avogado's video on it because this one's also really good. Alright.
Right. And this one's the new one, 7.9. The advantage is like, I don't know, 1 meter with the domain storage. The advantage is 5.0 with a 2 height button, buttons really cool. Then I'll show you, look like this. It's a bit asynchronous in the closing, and also really cool. Then I'll show you, it goes like this. It's a bit asynchronous in the closing, but it's really not that bad, I think, and like so. This, it's a bit asynchronous in the closing, but it's really not that bad, I think, and like
Frame by frame is going to help us a lot here, I think. I really like that last move right here. How it pushes over and then opens fully. That's really cool, all in sync. Okay, so it pulls these blocks in first. Obviously this is 0 ticks, so it's going to be ridiculously complicated. You can see the hipster door setup right here, so that's what I'm doing. At the same time, it's also doing this middle circuitry. And the middle circuitry is... It's doing middle circuitry. Alright. Jesus Christ.
and of course, also fully reliable and...
It looks like there's a triple at the top, and then there's...
So yeah, anyways, without any further ado, let's just get started. Alright, let's start the layout. So
let's see what the layout... Stack of pistons! Jesus! Okay.
Say just the pistons as well, but long pistons are cheaper, I guess. Right, so that's the side layout. On the bottom, it's slightly modified. We have bridges like this instead of having this. And what this allows us is just, you get more space on the side because you don't get lots of pistons like that. Now, 50 piston here, sensitivity by the way, normal system. On the left side here, normal system, 50 piston. On the right side, normal system with a removable block behind. Now, on the top, right above this, normal system. Then on top, you get the extra pistons. So, what I actually built is your trick center, where they fold like this, and now my right corner is 3 pistons. So, where they fold like this.
So there's a folded triple at the top.
On the right corner, 3 pistons like so. Alright, that's the base layout.
So there's a triple at the top and bottom. Now I'm assuming the triple at the top is to push all of this downwards. So that makes sense. It also looks like this is only 4 high, which also makes a lot of sense. You wouldn't want 5 high, actually. So yeah, we are going to steal that layout, kind of.
That's good. The sliders make also the input to the side here. So we go up like so. Like this is very block, same thing here. So I have to just push up here, so we go up to this here. And then on top of just push it in. Same thing here. Right now, the front sliders, we have normal distance right next to this here. Fill the wall any number you want. And then you have the ruler, and then the top of the third on the left. Two sides like this, and on the right, one side on the front, and one of this. Right now, back. On this right side, to the front, they go like set up like so. And on the other side, set up like this. And it's okay as well, so make sure this. Fill the walls here, white on the side, and then just some return distance like so. Right, and then while you can just add in like this, to let us drag some boxes that you need. So I think it's two, and then the alright, so block, right here, lever on that, 250 pistons block, and the left side, block, no block, and now the outside side is so. We go up to this level, so normal distance, and then you place the third block, higher block, it should be up there, and then we go down fast, so. On the right side, almost and a little bit on top. So we have outside staircase, up to this level, so 1 higher, then the sides, observer, block, and now the drop, which faces left. And then just get that area, right? And if you turn it on, you should shower everywhere like this. Right, that's the science stuff. Okay, so first we will follow.
And he says a term called a slider. Now I need to figure out what the fuck a slider is. I'm assuming, okay, it has a, so this is folded right here. So there's a folded double right here. That way you can, I'm pretty sure that's so you can, actually I know it's because I've done this before. It's so you can retract this block, and then retract this block. And then we need a normal piston on this side. So, like so. So we can push this back in. And then, let's see here. So then you push this back, double extend, double retract, and then that's this opened. And then at the top we're gonna have our pistons here. I know I want a triple at the top, and it is going to be a folded triple, just like that video I was watching earlier, because it's just better. I feel like it's going to be easier to wire that, because I can share the input again, which is going to be easier, and I just have to do timings on it, which is way easier. So these would have fired already, and we would have everything up here. Okay, buddy. Then we need the same thing on the bottom. Or we don't, actually. We just need a center. So we'll get the center. The center is going to be the hardest part, so we're just going to eliminate all of this for now. And we're just going to put this back. We're just going to deal with the sides, because the sides are easy. Easy-ish. They're easier. And then for this sequence, we just have to push this, push this, push this. And then push this back in place, push this in place, and there you go. Opposed to having like a triple piston extender or something, which would be more complicated. Or something like that. How else could you do this setup? I don't even know. Well, let's see from the wall retraction only door, because this actually used the same kind of setup. Let's see what I did here. Because this is the same kind of thing. Oh yeah, I used these circuits to get them out of the way. That way they're just in line with the floor. Oh. Right. Okay. I don't know if I've shown this off yet. I don't know if I showed that. I don't think this was in the Redstone tour video. There's actually a lot more in this world now. I made a staircase, like a normal staircase version, which uses like the ceiling, but I wasn't really happy with that because you can't use any staircase block, so I made this one. You can use any staircase block, and it's better. But obviously it's much more complicated. And then there's this really easy one that's just the simple design. That's the one I showed in the video. This is what I made after, and then I made this one. And I forget. Anyways, we're gonna have these types of circuits right there. Is there actually anything stopping me from doing that? Sliders are going to be faster though, and I want to prioritize like making this kind of quick. So we're gonna see if we can power this double somehow. We have space right here, so we can put an observer up here. And well, we can power the back from, well, the back pretty easily. We need to also power these ones. Oh boy, here we go. Here's where it's gonna get complicated, because now I need to figure out where I can power these things. Oh no. This is bad. Well, let's see. If we retract this block, how do I power these? I guess is the next question. If I put a redstone block here, it powers both of them. Okay. Oopsies. But how do I make an observer be able to get in here? I guess I could power the back instead, like this. That does that corner. The problem is now I have to do the same on this side, and I don't know how. So what I'm thinking about actually doing, instead of using that setup, I've also seen some of these doors that use observers that are like pointed towards everything, like this, and then they push the observers around. So I could have like two pistons over here that push observers to do the double extension. Oh god. Okay, hold on. How does one power a piston there? Bug. How on earth does he power the piston here? Better question.
Yes, second 5x5 piston tour video. Look at this wall. I want to get rid of this wall and go through it. Now there.
I mean, yeah.
Or in my opinion, the best 1x1 10x10 piston doors.
Also,
Now,
I'm pretty sure
in my
this
opinion,
design...
5x5. And honestly, small and fast 5x5 deserve a video of their own because of like how much development there has been recently. But I did end up choosing this design, made by Lumendo, Timberman 8 and Soul Banished. So the closing is 0.75 seconds, and the opening...
This looks like the same door. Yeah.
Right pistons here. You can do this observer here. And these ones will take care of couple pistons, and then type of here, select that, one of the pistons are left.
Okay, so by default, he has UVs in the sticky piston recessed side. Gotcha. So by default, the piston... Also, one other note, completely disregard the left side of the door. It's gonna just be mirrored, so we're just gonna copy and paste the right side of the door. That's another thing. I forgot to mention that. Fuck this side. We don't care. We don't care about this side.
Right, next time you're pushing these pistons from here, power these. I'm going to use some stuff for that, but before we do that, let's get the first So compost the piston below, the piston. Sorry, non-piston. And now we grab some pumpkin pies. Or really anything, but just need to compost those in level 6, so as you see the bottom right, that's level 6.
1060 i5 6500.
I'm going to turn it. Later, on the redstone box, left, another redstone block. Then we place one more less. Now we need 2 stairs, one like this, one like this. So when this goes up, this changes shape. Now we have one final redstone block here, and our return piston here, which we're going to power this. Now you might be wondering where we get the lead from, because there's no way there's enough lead to power the back pistons here. And yeah, you are right. So what we're going to do is we will keep this extended at 4 game ticks so that this can power from this. And instead, we are going to use this sticky piston here to upgrade this so it goes down and we get enough block event delay. And we are going to power it just like this. Alright, but for now, let's just block this off. So this can't go up on the upper lid. And let's place 2 observers like this to power these pistons. And yeah, take care of that piston here. So, let's get the thing that keeps on until 4 game ticks first. So no block with the sticky piston. And now we need some hay and a campfire, and also a shovel, because this door is not non-smoker. Anyways, campfire here, and sorry. By the way, this actually can't be notebook, which is not business change, because later on this spots a lot of here, the powers will stock energy, so it actually has to be a campfire, which is pretty cool. Alright, so let's let go. Now we need to bring it up as easily to up, and it also has to write the block delay for this piston here to push this rocket here into the opening. So yeah, let's get that in. It's just basically a huge chain of pistons and redstone blocks. So piston here, redstone block here, then one more. And one more like this, and then it's a little faster because in case I'm stuck here. Alright, so that goes to this, and now we need one more piston rest here, and then one piston right here, and finally this will be these updated this here. And yeah, we actually have like more better than we need, but it doesn't really matter. More that's not here. So yeah, anyways, now if we get the sand and this, you should see those works on the top. Observer here, one bottom stars. And now this, the bottom is already taken care of for this block here. And for the long piston, just place observers. From the block here. And now we update this so we can extend when the sand is here. And then we want to do the piston right here. So we're going into the piston. So the extend is how this will like this. Alright, and now it's unlocked. Right now I'm the closing. Like so. And yeah, we also have the organic chain for the open. Like now.
What in the
It's
motherfucker?
unlocked. Alright, now I can show you the closing. Like so. Like so. Like.
Oh, the sand is there so you can power the fucking piston. That's why you need sand. That's super smart. I'm stealing that. I'm 100% stealing. That is crazy.
So, and yeah, we also have the organic chain for the opening, like so.
Jesus.
And we also already have the second pulse pushes over, but we need to update the pistons because right now it doesn't work.
Of course it
So
doesn't
yeah,
work,
we're going
right?
to update them from the slider.
Okay, hold on. So I need to use this block right here, which is covered by here. This we're doing later. This is going to be from this. I mean, I could make like a 2x2 hipster door setup to deal with these blocks. And then just worry about this for the top row, because that would be easier. I could do that also. How hard would that be? Okay, hold on. So this could move up. This needs to retract. Yeah, it makes more sense to do it in the wall. Never mind. Because then we would need this same kind of circuit over here too, and that's just too much. So it's much better just to power both of these sets of the same thing. Okay, so let's see here. Also, one thing about my doors is I always use 1 ticks for basically everything. Everything is powered by like an observer. And it's just because it's pretty flexible and it's pretty nice being able to just do that. That way it can also have like 1 circuit that does both things, so it's kind of better. Observers are really nice, basically. And basically all my pistons fire with 1 ticks. When I can. So let's see. I guess closing... Let's focus on opening first. Actually, even better, let's see if we can make this reversible so I don't have to do this twice. So for opening and closing, we can have the sticky pistons be here. That way we can have both of these getting fired on both. Which means they're also end with this, which is nice. Then we power all of these, so we can get this out of the way. Also, we need to fill in the floor real quick. Right, now this is all out of the way. Perfect. Now we need to move all of this out of the way. Move all of this out of the way. Now we have space. So we need to fire this again. What is this sand powering exactly?
Like so.
Oh, that's
for
okay.
The second was pushes over, but we need to up at the pistons because no, it doesn't.
Okay, so how do I power this double exactly? I can't. Actually, I just realized. Can't I use these? Because I can power them for the wall? Question mark? I don't know. We'll see. Like, this top double was really easy. It's this bottom one that's giving me a lot of trouble. I could have a double piston extender to power the double piston extender. That's not jank. I could do that. powers twice. We need delay here. Now it's even worse. Why is it even worse? Okay, let's do closing first. So for closing, we need to power this. How do I power these? Hold on. This is when we need to fire the triple. Or the double. Right here. Right? This entire space is free to do whatever I want. So adding some pistons and some observers over here isn't the worst idea. And then I can power this side using these blocks. Right here. And then I can power these using these blocks. Right here. Let's say for this side we use, I also have like a standardized wool color scheme because you can get them in bulk. So let's use blue wool. It's one of the standard colors. Okay, so if we activate this, ta-da, right? Now if we push these out, which honestly, oh, it's pretty inefficient. You do kind of just want to do bang bang. I don't want to put that close. But I also don't really want to make this wider, so we're gonna have to space them out. Obviously, these are temporary inputs. These aren't going to stay. These are just to test everything. Oh, this screwed up a lot of stuff. Jeez. Okay. Well, luckily we can fix all that relatively easily. Jeez. Alright. Let's run through how the closing sequence is going to go. So we need to pulse these so we can get this out of the way. Then we need to pulse these so we can get the blocks in place. Then we need to pulse not these, but these so we can get the blocks out of the way. Then we need to pulse this so we can get the blocks here. And then we need to pulse these pistons, except we can't. So we can push them from the back. And then these pistons are really easy. And then track these. Or there's actually no point in doing that. So then we need to power you somehow, which would be done from here, but that's the problem. Okay. And these bottom pistons. These top ones are really easy to wire. It's just the bottom two that are being really annoying. Because I can power these ones from like up here like this. That's easy. But I can't do that because I also need to power these ones. And I can only get the input right here. But that's where this piston is. So... oh boy. So we need to somehow power these from somewhere. And I guess that's why you'd have these here. Like this. That way you can still power these, but also have them get out of the way. And then you'd have sand over here because you need to be able to get these out of the way. We use blue concrete powder just to make this nice and organized. But that's why you would have a piston and then a sticky piston with sand in it, or hair. Almost just broke that. Oops. Okay, there we go. That way you can actually get an input onto this darn piston. And you could just have this be a double, but that also might be a little more complicated. Now this needs to fire here. This one also needs to fire. And then in the time it takes for these pistons to retract, it also has to retract these circuits. So it has to retract all of these at the same time, which is going to be really complicated and annoying. But at least we can make like our little circuit down here. We have room right here, very easy. We could probably just have an observer and a repeat. Actually, we could probably just have dust. Actually, no, we need a repeater. That way it retracts. Probably something like that, at least. might work. Nope, that's we don't want that to happen. Is that enough time? Can you time that perfectly? Oh my god, you can. Unless I didn't. I think I hit this one. Whoops. We need a different system to power this. Really? Yeah, here. We need a different system. We need like dust up here. And then we need to run the dust in the that should work. And then we need power that somehow. Is that fine? Yep. Alright. Right, because that's also powering you. So we need to power both of these at the same time. So we need to constantly power this one and then leave this one on like 4 ticks. Like that. Oh, that's gonna... I wonder if that's locational. Let's go test that. Hopefully it's not, 'cause that's a pretty nice little circuit. If it isn't, so we'll just like head over here. There's a 4 tick into the bottom. Target here. Repeater. Well, I guess that has to be, that can just be this now. That's really weird. It looks like it is locational because huh? How? Why are you powering first? What? Like, wait, hello? I guess it's because this piston is getting updated? I put like a... I don't understand, man. But if I add delay, then it works. Oh, the joys of Redstone. Like, what on earth, man? Christ. Alright. Well, let's see. We could probably add like a redstone block that powers it from like right here. Ooh, hold on. No, these need to be activated at different times. Never mind. Okay, so we can have like a block. No. Okay. We have a block right here, and then we can have a piston here, and then a piston here, and then connect these somehow. In theory. Also, probably should put this on this side instead, so it doesn't jut out every side like that. There's no reason to have it like that. There you go. First circuit done, I guess, kind of. Not really, but kind of. We can technically just power these whenever we want. We just need to make sure they get depowered before this stuff happens. And that's all we care about. And actually, they need to be powered first. So if we have a note block and a observer. Now this is going to be a temporary input. It's probably going to be easier to send the signal the other direction. I don't know. I kind of want to keep it 5 wide, but I don't. This is my first 5x5, so I don't. It's fine if it's not 5 wide, but I want it to be 5 wide on this direction. The mess of observers and note block. This is all going to get cleaned up later. This is just my temporary wiring. Get out of here. So this is here. Now, we can also do that. Just realized. So this, we need to do things. So we need a lever here. Now, all of my doors have a note block input, because it's a nice toggle, and that's why everything operates on 1 tick, because the input is 1 tick. But this door is going to be slightly different, I guess. Input right here could be decent, but in theory the input line can just be wherever it wants to be. I guess what's the next thing we have to power? I guess it's going to be this. These and then these next. So I guess we could have like an input line right up here. This could be like our control input line thing. Can control all of this. And then we can have it do things down here eventually. Like leaf stone, I guess. I don't know. What needs to happen? Hold on. There could be 1 block here. This needs to double extend. I could get rid of this entirely. And also this fancy blue concrete circuit. And then I could just put like a thing here. Could have another fold. Because these are pretty easy to make. So you can have it power this. pushed a lever. Oh, I built this one block too high. Okay, well that would explain the issue here. There we go. Forget about this bottom circuit, because I'm trying to make this so it's easier to power from like one area. Because then if I just do this, then you can power this, and then you can move this over. That input might be a little tricky. Okay. I think I just figured it out. Because if I do something like this, I can also get rid of this, and I could have a double over here that has an observer right here that's attached to all of this. This will go up, up. That kind of runs into there, so we gotta move it. Right there, yep, nice open space. So now if you power this, it should also power bottom one, in theory. Yep. Then you can just have a 4-tick right here that will do this. And by the way, why I don't just put this like up over here is because it would power this piston twice, and I don't want to do that. I'm pretty sure it would. Actually, I guess we can test it, but I'm pretty sure it would power it twice. That's why I don't want to do that. Wondering. Put the piston right here. And I can't put it over here either, because this is where the other piston is. So I can't like put a block here and have it extend here because there's a piston over here. So let's see if that at all does anything. See, it powers this one twice. Don't want that. Like, it works fine here, and then it powers this one, which, you know, this is not ideal. Although, okay, hold on. So after this fires, what do we need to do next? Well, that's when we need to push everything over. And to push this piston, we need to move the observer, and to move the observer, it powers the bottom piston. So yeah, we can't do that. I thought it would power on the way up too, but I guess it doesn't. It's weird. Like, whatever. Also, this kind of makes more sense just to do it like this. And I can't power it here either because of this. And I can't power it on this side because of these. Which is what we're working around anyways. Are you kidding me? Oh wait, this is gonna have that same issue. Okay, well, it would be nice if I had the observer. So the double piston extender worked. Oh, this is power. Oh my god. You are so annoying. It's... How did it get all the way up there? Actually, that's what I want it to do. And then this powers this piston. Oh my god. Okay. I also, you could just put this here. You could just put this here, put a piston here. So now this will get into place. This will activate. Actually, this can be even simpler because you don't even need this. And you could probably just use something like that and get this to work pretty well. Probably. We'll see though. We're gonna move these pistons. On Earth. Whatever. Might be able to power like this. That's interesting. Actually, for compactness... Oh my god. Thanks, Minecraft. For compactness, I should probably put this over here and then have this here and put here. How is that worse? How are you powering this piston? From where? Okay, how is that powering you? That doesn't make any sense. What? Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh, wait, that doesn't do anything because this isn't... Okay. The whole circuit's vortex, dum-dum, it's not going to do anything. Because I normally use that repeater thing to send 2 inputs, or 2 outputs, so I could do something like this. That's normally what happens, but because this is a double, and it has all of this, and it has its own vortex, that's why this piston, that's why that observer works in the first place. Because it's getting 2 updates, and then it's quasi-ing this. That's why this double piston extender works in the first place, by the way. Because powering this one constantly, it gets an update here, powers this one whenever the piston's here. And then this depowers, which depowers this, which retracts this, and then it quasis this. That's why I use this, because I understand how it works. It's because this is powering twice. So I need this to be hooked up to this, like so-ish. Kind of. Maybe, I don't know. This darn piston, man. Okay. I guess I could have another piston. The more the merrier. And then it doesn't quasi this one because, like, I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe I don't understand how this works. Like, what is this black magic? Yeah. Okay, that could work. So we click it once. And what if we swap them? Is that faster or is it slower? Also, there's no reason to toggle that. It's just extra cost. This is a solid block. Shut up. Right. How was that powering exactly? I guess we'll just revert back to this design. Okay. Basically, I'm just trying to push this up and then fire these. So we can push them up and then push them back down again. What if I... Okay, hold on. What if I run a repeater into this and then powered this with a note block? It still works, which means I can have another double on this side to power this. And actually, I can replace this with a solid and then replace this with a thing. And that's not how logic works. Well, I mean, I could just replace it like that. I don't know, fires twice. Wee. That actually doesn't really matter since we're gonna fire this twice anyways. That should also do the top section now. No, just, okay, that makes sense. This needs a toggle. There we go. Now we have one input at the bottom that will do both if this is in place. Blink and blink. And we'll do both of them. And it leaves enough room for the pistons. Wonderful. Also, this also works as a nice little input for the other thing. This is actually really good because this also works as an input whenever we do the rest of the sequence here. So whenever we pull these out of the way, and then we pull these back, like this, and then we pull these back around. Now whenever this wall is in place, which is why we need to remove all that stuff in the first place, that's why we need this. That's why we need all of that, by the way. That's why. But now that's out of the way, now we can fire these off. And then since this input's still gonna work, we can use it to... I said we can use it to power... Hello? Oh, that's on... Okay, never mind. Embarrassing. That's this input. My bad. Because this is one out. But then on retraction, when we get these back one block, now we can use this input and we can do that final sequence. So this input right here gets 2 uses, so that's nice. Actually, I am going to have this little cover thing here. Also, since we no longer need that other thing, we can just simplify this back down to its basic little thingy. And I don't want this to power because it will break things very badly. But yeah, later we're just gonna Control C, Control V, so we have 2 halves of the door. But there's like this side kind of wired a little bit. These pistons at the top I'm not even gonna worry about because like I could literally do these however I wanted. Like these are very easy. It's just a line of dust. It's not that. This is literally it. So these pistons are super easy. So we'll just do them later at the end. Is there any way I can improve this? I mean, this I could duplicate on this side, but that doesn't really help me. In fact, that is much worse because it would power twice. Don't want it. Nice. Thanks, Parkour. Yeah. Again, these are all temporary. All of these, like, observer note block things are temporary. There's going to be replaced later. It'd be very silly if I kept them, though. But I'm not. For hopefully obvious reasons. And then closing is going to be a little simpler. Because we just need to push these over. And then push these over. Push these over. Push these over. And then push these over. Using your little extension thingy, push these over, and then we can retract this as like a reset, and then we just fire these pistons whenever. And there's our door close. The middle we're doing later, and then we open up these. We then push these, so these can happen on like the same thing somehow. I don't know how I'm gonna wire that, but hey. I mean, I guess I could move the entire thing up one block and then have these retract into the floor instead. No. No thank you. Actually, would that be better? Oh god. Would that be better? Then everything's on the bottom, which is easier to wire. Nah. These need to retract. And then let me do what I did here, and let me combine these inputs. Let me make these less stupid first. Let me do that. Excuse you? Okay. It's powering this like that. Okay, well, that's pretty easy to solve. There you go. Let's do a little bit more of this sequence. Let's do the double extender. Because if we can wire in the double, that's all of the inputs. So, let's see if we can't just do that. Actually, we'll get a new color. We'll get like... Yellow's a pretty easy dye to get, so we'll use yellow. I choose dyes that are like easily farmable with like the bone meal tall plant thing, because you can just bone meal sunflowers pretty easily. I did the same thing again. You can bone meal sunflowers pretty easily. You could also replace this with a slab. I just like glass more. Glass is just cooler. Fight me. So right here we need the observers. And that actually might just work. Nope. That makes sense. We need this to power it after somehow. We could have like another repeater as like a timing repeater. And I might have to do that. But I want to avoid that. Give me my yellow stained glass. Okay, so now we have like an input here. Which we can use what for? I'll put like a repeater out here. Actually, I think we can hook both of these up to the same repeater. Like this. We're gonna have to figure this out, but we can do that later. Actually, that also might be a good idea to wire it up like that. So now everything's on the same... Hold on. Now I can put dust here, put a thing here, and then we can put an input over here. This powers this quasi connectivity. Bullshit again. We'll just leave that to do later. The point is, it gets this. But this is delayed, which is bad. Ideally, we would just have these do this entire thing in a different way. So maybe I should put these on separate circuits. So maybe that is a better idea. Because I need one of them to be on like 2 ticks and the other one on 3 ticks. Because they need to be different. Because they're annoying. Where did I even... Oh. This top one was glass, I think. Yeah, because this was quasi. Shut up. Okay. Oh yeah, like that. There you go. See if we can't just speed that up a little bit. Nope, maxed out. Alright. No, I don't. I want to see something. It might be different timings. I don't know. That's on the wrong layer. How much jank do you want in one piston door? Like, alright. But there's our double extender kind of working. Now we need a circuit to power these, which we were doing earlier. And honestly, I think it makes more sense to just leave this out here, because now we can just power this whenever we want. Which is probably easier. And it's also probably easier just to put 2 observers right here to power this. And then have like that. This needs an observer. And now we have a double. Ta-da! How nice. Alright. There's a pretty difficult section of the door done. So now we'll put this in place. To the racial dimensions of Minecraft. What is the racial dimension? The only dimensions I know of are the end and the overworld. This is... Like, this is the only... Like, this is the only one I know. You know, like... Gonna be honest. Let's see here. Oh, is he really? Well, he made a good game, so I don't really care. Also, this is fully maxed out, by the way. This is max speed. Can't really get faster than that. So then after we fire the double, so after this pulse, we can take like another pulse. I want to cover this so it's silenced. Ooh, hold on. Put like a piece of wool here. I kind of doubt that. There's... I forget if glass is only up or down. I forget. Well, that definitely. Oh, it's not going to change anything. This is... Let's see if that works. I guess we're doing opening. This needs like a second. It needs more delay here. Really? I don't really care, man. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, that should add 1 tick of delay. That should actually add more than 1 tick. Be kidding me? Does it just eat both inputs? That doesn't make any sense. Like, that works right there. Whoa. Oh, that's gonna... okay. I have to use like a dropper here. Which kind of sucks because droppers are loud and annoying, but I mean, kind of like that chatter. but oh, let's see. Yes! Okay, there you go. Perfect. I don't like this goofy observer chain, though. I gotta fix that. But we have an input now, so it's good progress. We can compact that by doing this. And then like so. And wiring that like so. Now we have to somehow power this from somewhere. And I don't know from where. Does it make more sense to separate it or combine it? Well, this is only going to be for opening, so we can just make an opening circuit. Well, that's actually the final part of the opening, so that's done. That's opening done. This block is useless. Also, wait, no, it doesn't. No, because this is powering this. Never mind. Nope, that doesn't need to be an observer. There you go. Look at the weirdest people in my chat. I don't get it. Get the hell out of here. Magenta wool you can use. It's gonna be slightly better. This doesn't really matter. This is like really dense, and I kind of have to make it really dense like this because there's no other way. How on earth is it powering these pistons? From fucking where? Oh, from here. Oh, it's the same issue from before. That's kind of funny. The issue pops up again. No, not the stream chatter, but the other issue. The other issue during the stream. Alright, so for opening, first of all, we got to power this. And then what? Well... right, because last time I used this top part to power these pistons. Like so. Now this is going from the observer into a piece of dust. So this one should also go from the observer into a piece of dust. Yeah, that's fine. We can move that. Will this affect? That will definitely affect things. Okay. We're not going to do that. That's going to quasi this. This is going to have an extra tick of delay. This is such an goofy, awkward wiring setup. But that should work, I think. Also, this needs to be magenta wool now, because of the new wool that we're using everywhere else. This is part of the magenta line. This makes more sense like that. This is completely separate. Actually, we don't need that anymore either, because now this is now integrated in here. That's good. We can. Oh my god. We'll probably just put this right here instead. In fact, we don't even need this. There. Yep, powers all the pistons. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's do that on this side also, just so we can simplify this circuit. Let's get a new color. Let's get red. Red wool. Red wool should be fine here. Okay. Whatever. So here is all of that. Nice and symmetrical right here. Love to see it. Alright. Now we can start wiring. So, in theory, what you need to do is you need to power the magenta line. Part 1 of the magenta line. That sets you up to power the rest of the magenta line. We now need to... That's the double piston extender. Okay. Off to a great start. Also, we need to interface with this magenta line now. This seems really inefficient, and that's because it is. That's actually because it isn't. Yeah, no, never mind. Okay, this is gonna go in here, power that. This also makes it slightly easier to wire here, so it's good. There, that looks slightly less trash, you know? That looks a lot better, I think, at least. There you go. has some delay in it, but that's fine. Now we need to power this off of here. Can't do it like that. Just needs this powered. Okay, so now, if we power this, there we go, beautiful. Now what do we do from here? Well, now we need to retract this, and then we need to fire these. These are normal pistons. We need to fire this side, fire red. And then we fire off these back pistons. Well, shit. How do we fire off the back pistons? Okay. Well... Actually, I might be able to just power of a double. I cannot just power of a double. Okay. Never mind. Holy Jesus. Okay, that is... Yeah, I cannot just power of a double. That's not gonna work. Okay. How about we not do that? Let's not power of a double. It's because this is linked here. So there's like two solutions. Either I can unlink this, like that. Why did I want to power this? Wait, why did I want to power these? Oh, that's not going to spin out the block. Okay. Well, all of this yellow circuitry now has to go in the trash. How wonderful. I can't use... Oh, God. This has to be stained glass. Yep. Powers the whole line. Now we need something else. Power this. Okay. Now we have an input for here, so that's good. We can like do input things and put the input just right there. And then in a different color, whatever color could I even use? Light gray, I guess white. Cyan is just blue and green. don't think you can... I don't think you can bone meal light blue. I'm already using yellow. Black is pretty easy to get. And that's what I had before. I had this linked like this. And actually, that's better though. Because now I'll be able to just power this block twice. And because I can change where this inputs, because I could just put like a repeater here or something. I could just have this here. It's gonna be complicated, but it's gonna work, I think. We can move this input out of the way. There you go. Yep. I feel like you could wire that better. Yeah, you can. Like that. There you go. That's a lot cleaner. And because this has its block here, this will do all of them at once, which is nice. And now I can also power this from like this angle, and this angle, and this angle, which is a lot better. And then if I just power this twice, why did... Why are these here? Actually, why are you being powered? From where? Here? Oh, you are being powered from there. Bitch. Okay. I guess I do need a repeater here. Which means I do need 2 repeaters. Oh, that's annoying. Because I don't want to expand out this way. I just want this way. To keep it compact. I think that's fine. Because this is gonna... and then do this. So yeah, it's fine. Nope, don't want to do that. This is gonna power here. This powers here. I guess I could put this on 2 ticks. That would power itself, so I can't do that. But we'll see what this does. Well, it's only gonna power this one. See, now it won't spread out the blocks. But if I do it like this, now it's out of sync. Which looks way worse. Alright. Actually, having the inputs a little further away probably isn't the worst idea. Because now it would be kind of easier to wire. Yeah, that's a good thing. And then I can power this from any of these directions, and then I can power this from either like here or here. There we go. Let's see if that whole double extender works now. Of course it doesn't. How beautiful. It's probably because it's powering here as well. Quasi. Let's just make sure it isn't doing that. Okay, well now this is quasiing. Come on. You are so unbelievably annoying. Actually, that doesn't matter. That shouldn't affect that. That actually just might do the double extension right there. That's a little dangerous. Okay. Okay, that's a lot better than what I was expecting. Of course, we had a working extender earlier. I just have to redesign it. Why don't I just take the output from here? There's a reason. Let's reset everything. Oh, whatever. Seriously won't work on 2 ticks? Why not? That's very annoying. Oh, it's not even gonna power the bottom one anyways, dum-dum. What are you doing? Whatever. Oh my god. This is connected to this, though. Okay. Well, we're in a predicament. How on earth do I power you and you? Separately, by the way. I guess I could have one line like this, and then another one that just does this at the back, like that. But then this one does both. Okay, I can't stop doing that. Get the point. Oh my god. This needs to retract. I gotta pulse you. There you go. Jeez. Why didn't we do the bottom? That's why. Right. And then we can retract this. Actually, this should stay up like this. Because this needs to happen on opening. So this needs to open. Then we need to pull this back, push this again. And then we need to do double extension. Double retraction. And then we have a wall open. Oh my god. That took so long just to get the input to work. The inputs. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay. Look at this mess! This is why I've never done a 5x5. Look at this mess. Keep in mind, we still have to do the folded triple piston extender in the center here. Just saying. This is supposed to be the easy part. This okay. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. I would really like to hook this up, because now this is only going to fire the double. So I could put the repeater like that. And now it should do the... Oh no, because now it has delay. Okay. Put this on delay too. There you go. Perfect. Now this is just one pulse instead of 2 pulses, which is much easier. And you can still pulse the back once. Perfect. And then we can just fire this off. Perfect. So now we need to hook this system up to this other system. Okay. This needs to stay like completely open. It's still 5 wide, so like we're doing pretty well. Except this piston, which somehow got over here. I don't know how that happened. How? Oh, that's how. Oh. Oh no. I see. Well, that's not the ideal, you know, that's not the best. Did this power something? Please tell me it doesn't power one of these. Okay, no it doesn't. I think I powered one of these. Or something. I don't know. Okay. That is the entire closing sequence. And then pulse this. And then for opening, you need to do magenta, red, yellow, red, black, magenta, and I forgot to... Okay, that's why that happened. So I forgot to do that. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, if anything, we just need to replace that piston. We don't need to replace anything else. I just forgot to fire the other magenta line, which I should change the color of this. Pick a different color. It's a freaking, I don't know. Use gray. Gray wool, sure. Just to make sure this is different. This magenta is part of this magenta, so that's why this is magenta and this is gray. Speaking of magenta, power this, power yellow, power red, power yellow again, fire gray. Now we have a closed door. And then we need to do magenta, and then red, And then in the middle of doing this yellow-red circuitry, we can power gray again, get this out of the way, power red again, black, double extend, almost double retract, and then add in this. I don't know why that didn't extend. Why didn't you extend? Literally why, that's why. There you go. Alternatively, you could fire off the double, but you still have to do the other steps, so there's not really a point. Because you still have to do this, 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 and then still fire this off twice. So I might as well just do the other thing. And then you would fire these pistons at some point. Ta-da. And then you would fire all these, fire magenta, ta-da. That opens up a good chunk of the door. Again, this is going to be mirrored, so it opened like that amount. You do red, yellow, gray in the middle of it. This one little black circuit does most of the sequence, and you can just do the other part later. Now I want to see what happens if I grab a 4-tick and let's say I put paste in over here. It's going to fire this. Now what does it do? I'm assuming, yep, break horribly. That's what I was assuming to happen, so that's fine. You can kind of fix it by doing that and then doing this. So this is going to have to be separate. It's fine, I guess. Save on dust by doing that. Make this more open by doing that. I don't have this wired. Actually, having this as a separate circuit means we can sync everything at the end, which will look a little nicer. So we could probably have, like, you could probably have, all of these blocks be here, and then we can do this in, like, one little motion by like, adding a little extension part. That, I don't know. Like, very crude wiring, but, you know, that last move is all going to be at the end. It's going to look nice. This is not at all permanent. We're going to wire that completely differently later. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there's one door half. Kind of. Oh my god. This is definitely going to need, like, decider circuits in it. There's going to have to be, like, 5. Maybe. Alright, let's do closing. So I have to power this first. after I power that, I don't have to go all the way here and power orange. This is also completely unnecessary, so I should move this input to the top to make it easier. You know, we're just gonna do the piston layout and like some wiring. This is really all of this is just to wire in like some of the really basic circuitry. It's nice staircases right here. It's kind of nice. See, that's kind of cool. This is just to wire in the circuitry. So that's all that done. Now that we have all this done, now we need to do the triple piston extender. Oh dear God. Okay, how do I want to do this? Well, we need a triple piston extender at the top here, but we're going to fold it like this so we can share inputs, because that's going to be slightly easier to do, I believe. Hopefully. Alright. Technically, if I wanted to, I could also have like another piston. So you could like unfold like that. And you could just push everything. But that would be really complicated. I probably need an observer right here though. So I'll grab one of those. That way I can do one of these firings. And this piston is ultimately just going to retract up here. And I have to power that piston. How? I don't fucking know. How am I supposed to power you? Okay. Sure. Maybe these can be only singles. These sides maybe have to be more complex. I mean, there's still going to be singles like this. But I don't know. Maybe I could just have something from this area. Like another double. With an observer. Maybe dumb. Which is exactly why. Okay. Well, this isn't even like a fold. That's a fold. There you go. Jeez. That's cool and all, but how are we supposed to power this piston? I mean... Forgot to retract the middle block. Or this top block. This top block should end up here. no, I definitely need the power of that piston somehow. I could retract this one. And now I have space for an observer. Like that. And these can be normal pistons. So complicated, man. Alright. There we go. But no, because we want to return this. Then we want to pull this out. Now we need to spit this. Spit this. I guess that doesn't really matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. We don't need to do either of those. We gotta put this piston back in place now. Now I have to somehow power this piston. Which I can do like that. And then I need to retract this again. Now I have to power this piston. Like this. So this does need to be a sticky piston. And that's where I get stuck. Ultimately, we want this to end up in the ceiling like this. That way we can do block storage. Like once this is out of the way. Then we can grab this block. Okay. Jesus. Okay, now that that's retracted into the ceiling, now I have to somehow get this out of the way. Where do we put this? Oh, freaking no, man. Again, keep in mind this is all flooring. Right, because this is going to be mirrored on this side like that. And again, there's pistons here too. Have to worry about. Ugh. The central part. Okay. We can have block storage right here. Do I need 2 triple piston extenders? Hold on. Wait, can I do all the pulses from just here? Besides this one? That's useful. I think I need 2 triples. Or a quad at the top. Either I need 2 triples or 1 quad. And I don't know which one would be harder. Let's see. We need a double right here, which is pretty easy to wire. They're gonna retract this block. Jeez. And now I either need a triple piston extender to grab this block, or I need to make this upper part a quad. Now if I do make this a quad extender, how on planet Earth am I meant to power this? Because this doesn't make any sense over here at all. That doesn't make any sense. So let's see. No, that's not... Quad extender. Alright. Why did that up? Oh. Okay, how would I power a quad from here? Well, we need to power this, which then gets this piston into place. Then I need to fire the next piston. Fire the next piston. Then I need to retract everything I have so far. Or no, I don't. I need to keep all of this extended. No, I do need to retract it. Then I need to extend out this observer. I need to extend that once. Then I need to retract it. Doing something like that. Oh, but wait, I forgot to grab the block. Oh. No! Okay. At least that's only one move. Annoying. Okay. Oh, but wait. Cool, it's retracted, but you left the block in the middle, so now you can grab the block. You can put this piston back out. You're gonna move this. Gonna fire this, which would fire twice, I think, if this was solid. So that's oh, it won't. Okay, well that's nice. This out of the way. No. Oh my god. Okay. And then we have block storage down here. So we can move these out of the way. In the same method we used before. And then we can just have one double right here. That will do everything for this. And we can move this out of the way. And then we can move this out of the way. And there we go, door opened. There we go. Yay! Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay. That's a lot. So we either have one quad at the top, or one quad and one double, or we have two triples. Now I'm gonna see what Lamendo did.
So yeah,
Because I don't know. Because he's doing a similar thing to what I'm doing. It looks like he has a folded triple at the top and then a triple at the bottom as well. I think he has another triple. He has another triple, doesn't he? Doesn't he? He has another triple, doesn't he? Shut up! Okay. Oh, he has time. Okay. Wonderful.
Okay, so first of all, about this here, and we have this 3 shell input, which is 5 block, and it's going to place 2 observers here. So in the ceiling here, 2 blocks is going to left, so it's stuff. Obviously, anything will accept that, no, Western blocks. But anyways, server here, server plus. I can board, we are going to power this block with this server here. This is very quick. And after this, we're going to piston here, and then a block. Now, what the request does about this as well, so it's security closing. And yeah, that can happen, but it does because we time it by the way, so that wouldn't be that. I think this is super. Because then we can power that piston to push it like so.
See the triple up here? 1, 2, 3.
The old 9. Oh yeah, let's get to that. And this has to be fine.
What the?
Oh yeah, let's get to that.
What?
And you can hold 0.9.
What on earth?
Oh yeah, let's get to that.
Keep in mind, this is using like 0-tick shenanigans. So this is going to be like super fast.
Anyways.
Oh, actually, that's really smart, putting that back in the center. Doing one more pulse there. That makes a lot of sense. That way you're doing more work. And then you can also fire this off. Actually, that was probably in the original steps, I just forgot. Whoops. Then it's just yellow, red, yellow, yellow. No. the sides are comparatively a lot easier, which is really annoying. Very annoying. These sides are pretty easy, and then we have double, quadruple. Looks like Lamendo used 2 triples, so I'm gonna try and do the same thing here. And I have no idea how you're supposed to power a piston. How does he power the piston?
Now just remove it for a second. We can place subserver. Then we can replace it. And actually remove the piston. And replace it. And then replace the server. Alright, so that should be the possible part for these 2 pistons. Next up, we want to actually push it in. We're going to put that piston here. And we will do this by pushing the pipe from here to here. Place the piston right here. This pipe is actually too early, because this pipe was back piston here, so it's right early. And open the door. This is over at the correct timing. And then we need to do the starting before the first. Alright, let's just move everything here. Open the door. Alright, so let's get to the photo part here. So we're going to have the plate block comparator here. And now we're going to use iron. I will just wrap around for refills so that to put in 20 million channels. Anyways, observer here. And the one observer. Yeah, this is a
lot of observers.
And now all let's do is start with here. So let's get to that. First up, we need to put an item to the dropper here. And place the comparator on top of this piston here, down. So what it's going to do is just keep the space piston off to the engine opening, so it doesn't just distract the front piston here. So that it can actually push down, because it's 6 piston right. And next up, server here. Into a block, one more block here. And then every creature 40 gives with a hopper dust, and then a server here. Alright, so let's keep this is the entire closed. Alright, next up we're going to the opening here. So what we want to happen is thing here, close it. So
2 blocks get stored in the ceiling. Okay. So you can see some of the 0 ticking happening right here. This is why it's 0 tick, because this is already moving, and this is moving. That's 0 ticking. I'm not doing that, I'm going to be honest. Okay, so this is just for closing.
Alright, so that gives us this, which is the entire closing. Alright, next step to happen is actually remove. And like so.
Okay, so he does 2 blocks stored up here. How? Where is the second block? Where does the first? Where did these go? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Obviously, there's a frame. It gets stored over there. That's why it pushes it. Okay. There is free space. I don't know anymore, man. I don't know. So that's why he has a piston here. So you can push this over. That way he has this extra space here. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so how do I do that exactly? Here. Okay, let's see. Swap block came from over here. happens so quickly that frame by frame doesn't even like capture it entirely. It's kind of funny. So you can see it does that part. Then it pushes this down. So it's very simply just a double extension in the center. The lag is crazy. Okay, so it's just this block gets double extended. So it ends up down here. There needs to be another block from magical land over here. And I just realized something else, because the block needs to be stored. Or is the block stored in the... Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5th. It's stored here? How do you power this piston? How do you power these pistons then? What on earth? Do I actually need to have this over here? I don't know, really. Right, that was like this. I think this one was solid. Oh, because it was a repeater, so it didn't need anything. And then this powered it with this block. But now we're going to power it through the wall. Oh, I remember why. Did the ever thing? Oh. I guess the gray circuit's gonna have to be expanded a little bit. Because now I need another piston up here. This one actually don't. Now, actually it does because of these pistons. So, yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, we have this little circuitry now, and now we have some free space up here, so now I can put this piston in. I'm basically trying to like reverse engineer what he's doing here, but do it in my way. Wire it myself. I'm not using his exact design either. This is closing, so this is different from opening. But this is going in here. These are all being fired. This is doing a double extension here. It's funny because I skip back 5 seconds and the door is completely different. I need like slow motion on my frame by frame. Okay, so So these blocks extend. Then this spits out its block. And then this pushes everything over to clean up the gap that's left right here, because these would have extended downwards like this. So this is doing this block, and then this piston is pushing everything over. That way it fills in this part of the door. And then this is all doing this part of the door. So then it would look something like where did that block even place? It would look something like this. Something like that. Ish, kind of. Genuinely, I didn't think of having it retract 2 blocks. That's a really smart design. And then you would have the other piston on this side. So it's not symmetrical, which is fine. And I guess technically you could have like a spacer over here if you wanted. Doesn't really matter. Also, these need to be normal. Doesn't really matter, but it saves on cost. So there we go. Now we need to wire both of these pistons up. And because of quasi, it's going to do that, which is kind of annoying. We need a new wool color for this circuit. Or use brown wool, I guess. Why is it? Oh my god. How do I power this without quasiing it? Because, yeah, even that does that. So how am I supposed to power you? I can't even run a repeater like that. I can run a repeater like this, though, which is not jank in the slightest. Goofy input. Actually, I could quasi it from over here, like this. Run a line like this to it. I guess I can't. Never mind. That will quasi the bottom as well. Of course it will. Of course it will. Would there be any issues with connecting this to the pink line? I don't think so. Let's see. Pink line fires when? Pink line fires at the very beginning. And this is doing all of its stuff at the very beginning. Also, when I did that, I accidentally did that too, which is not ideal. When is this gonna power? I don't know how I could wire that up, actually. I don't know. Why is this glitched? Whatever. What have you done? No.
That gives us this.
Actually, this doesn't have background music, so...
The entire globe. Right. Alright, so... That gives you. Alright, so that gives us this. Oh. So let's just actually remove this blocks. Alright, so let's get to the institute then. So I'll put here first as our input, and I'll connect it up. We place a slab here. Let's do like so. Slab here, slab up. Do like so. That's like this. So right now I'm off, so we're doing like this. No, just like this. And now just like this. And it's already distributed down. And well, like this is here, so these are all pieces. So we're going to unpack this and just separate it from left. So two pieces of the one, three beds already, and then right, now one thing is like white right now, also going to go into this area, which keeps the best one, so make this here, with the game words. So I will count this, and the way we're going to do this. So I'm sitting here, this is one lower, this is here. So we just watch that a bit later, so that everyone is also clear. So yeah, let's see what's going to happen. So this, and now we should see that this is here, this is inputs. Yeah, just like this. And we also have the pattern here, and we already have this, and like this. So how do we already have all these inputs? And we already have this, and then, yeah, just like this. Here is placed the instantly, this is 3 inputs. Yeah, just like this. And we also have the pattern here, and we already have this, and like, yeah, just like this. Place the instantly, this is 3 inputs.
Where did those blocks go? No. Zero tick is just so dumb. Huh? Oh, you can see this instant extension right here. So this, you see how it snaps right here? This at the top is already moved this into place. That's where that's coming from. It also retracts the entire right side. So this does need to be a sticky piston. And it can be hooked up because it's doing the same thing. Oops, daisies. That shouldn't break anything. Question mark. Oh, of course it does. Nothing is sacred. Wait. Okay. How do I just power one piston, man? I just want to power one. Quasi connectivity is so nice, but like I just want to power one piston. How do I power just one piston? Okay. That's also gonna quasi. Like, that also does this too. Why? Why? Just stop it. I can't move that either because this. Oh my god. How do I power just this piston? I have to power it from like here. But isn't that gonna... Yeah, that breaks. How... I guess from over here like that? Oh my god, that's finally just one piston powered. Jeez. Okay. Oh my god. Quasi this, I guess. I don't freaking know. That works. Okay. That's a much better solution. There you go. There. Now let me run through the entire sequence again. Just make sure there's no bugs now because of that. Oh god. Oh, it's gonna power this! And if I power... Oh my god. How do I just power this fucking piston? I think that's my best solution. I don't know what else to do. I should probably have that extend upwards, because that's probably going to be the least destructive. Although I'm probably not going to have wiring right there. Like, how am I even going to wire something here? You know? If that causes me a problem later, I'm going to be pissed. Okay. We're going to move this stuff. Fix all that. This shouldn't... Okay, it doesn't power. Good. Jeez. There. Where did this block go? It went all the way over here. How did it get all the way over there? Okay. Jeez. This is retracting out of the way to make room for this so that can extend. So we need to fire this. This has to get out of the way too. And that happens because that gets pushed down. Like this.
Yeah, just like this. And you also have the pattern here. And you already have this. Yeah, just like this. And you also have the pattern here. And you already have this. And like this. So, how do we already have all these pushes? And you already have this. And like this.
That needs to also get out of the way. This also needs to be sticky piston. Dear God. Where did this piston come from?
So we got this. And now we should see that the piston here is placed in this as a gigantic pulse.
It's stored up here somehow. Okay. So this block gets retracted, this block gets pushed.
Yeah, just like this. And you also have a pattern here. And you already have this. And like, yeah, just like
Where
this.
did that block
And you also
go?
have a pattern here. And you already.
No, the other block.
Yeah, just like this.
Oh, there's just a hole in the frame. Okay. And that's where that block goes. Okay. Where is that piston being powered from?
Yeah, just like this. And you also have the timing here. And you already have this and the vectors. So how do we already have all these pulses? Well, the back piston.
Where did this get powered? Okay, we still have a closed door. Kind of. Okay, closed. So we can now swap this in, power this. I think this design is too complicated. To be honest. What's the end goal here?
This is the track of this game ticks. Good. So, story on.
What is this even doing in the first place?
Now you might wonder this actually powers the frog piston here. But it doesn't matter because that's kind of tracking. So yeah, now we get kind of tracking here. So we're going to have two observers like this. We need to get into the frog piston. So we have one unit here, 3, 5, 9, which means it's also 8. Now, actually, get it pushed here, we put the piston block, and then I stand here, as it is better like less of a 15 button here, then I on 8 games. Alright, that should put the triple center done. And these two pistons as well. Alright, so all we need now is the final track for these two here. And yeah, this is a bit scuffed, but it works, so teleport here, and then tools to get piston and observer here. Alright, and that should be the entire top. Now this just got pushed down here, so what we can do is just place an observer here. Alright. Yeah, that's the top done. Now I can move on to the bottom. Alright. Yeah, that's the... Alright. Yeah, that's the top done.
Gotta love that last pulse and sync. It's so good.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, there's the top down. Alright, we can do split on cellar here. Alright.
Look how much gets done in one frame. It's ridiculous. Okay, so it looks like the end goal is to get that with just the top circuitry. So we got to move all of these out of the way. And now we need to clear space. So how do we clear space exactly? I don't fucking know. I basically just have to do this.
Alright.
Do these... It looks like it does push down. Yeah, there's one push down. So I need to push down. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. He moves the blocks out of the way so you can get this here, so you could just do this extension normally. That kind of makes sense. That way everything here is just all lined up. And then this little sneaky piston gets here. That was easier. And then that gets retracted so the entire thing can then retract upwards. And the reason that's there is so that that piston can get there in the first place, to push everything down. Okay, so we need to push this down first. So that can probably be done with just a double right here. Just by doing that. But how do I retract this? And that's why he put the piston there, because then you can retract this easier. That makes a lot of because that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So maybe we do have to do that shenanigans to get the thing in there. That kind of makes sense. Let's clear space. Okay, so how do I get a piston here? And I have to move this out of the way. Well, I could always just fire this top once. There we go. Now I have a piston here. But how do I move this block? Well, I can move it like this. And then I can retract it using a piston from over here that I can get over here by doing this. Okay, well that works. Now I can double extend, double retract, single retract. And then I do the entire wall circuitry. And then I still have this left. So we say fuck it, push it into the floor, and we store it there. And then we have a piston here that will push it back up later. Ta-da! And then for closing, we just have this go here. And you push this back into place, get this out of the way, push this back up, push this, push this, push this, there we go. Okay, that's pretty easy. That's manageable, I could do that. Maybe. There's no triple piston extender in sight. Also, I don't need this back piston at all. Completely useless. Get out of here. Okay, so that actually might be possible to do now, because this should push this down by one block, which makes it easier to retract. In theory, because then you just need a triple, just a triple, instead of a quad, which is a lot easier. So we have this is our door okay, this is our door closed. So let's do the entirety of this opening sequence. So we have to retract this, retract, retract. We need to make sure to retract these. Now we have the space to push over here. Then we'll retract everything. Now we have this gap in the floor, which is pretty ugly, but whatever. Actually, we can't do that step yet. So we can't do this final retraction until later, but that's fine. Now we need to get a piston up here. So how exactly do I do that? Well, we can have note blocks and observers over here like this. We can retract this entire row up here. Well, not yet. Not yet. We need to push this piston over first. How do I get the piston there? Well, we have to go here, like so. Push everything. Now we've pushed it down a layer. So that's good. Where exactly? The piston needs to go here. It needs to end up... Oh yeah, it needs to end up on the bottom layer. It needs to end up here. So we have to retract this. And then we use this double extender over here. Which is going to be very jank and very dumb to wire, but I don't care. We use this thing to double extend, double retract, grab the block, get that out of our way. Hold on. What am I trying to do exactly? I need to get a piston here. How do I get the piston here? Because it needs to be 2 lit down. Or no, it needs to be 1 down. Oh. Past the first block. This block is the first block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First block. Piston. Right here. Jeez, man. So we have to remove this block. I can get a piston here by not doing that. That doesn't give me a piston there. Okay? That will get me a piston there. Now what do I do with this piston? Well, I gotta use it. How do I use the piston? Well, I gotta do that. So you can push everything like that. Okay, cool. Now what do I do? Now I need to retract that piston out of the way. Wonderful. It's still not out of the way. Not wonderful. How did I get the piston there before? Okay. I'm gonna rewatch the stream VOD when I figured this out. Hold on. Wait. This is why streaming this is pretty nice, because I can go back and investigate. You know. Oh, hello? Why? Do I not have it turned on? What? Huh? Why can't I go back in the stream? YouTube? Hello? Stream VOD? What? I've never had that issue before. What on earth? Can I go back in the VOD on my phone? I can't? Huh? YouTube, I need to be able to do that, please. Why? God damn it. Why can't I go back in the VOD? Can't? Why? Studio, what the fuck? Hello? Let me do studio things. Why can't I go back in the VOD? You let me do that like 4 minutes ago. What? Am I... I'm still alive. I think this is the only mention of that even on here. I wonder if it's deep in the water. Huh. How did this get turned off? Better question. Now? Now can I please? Oh my god, thank you, YouTube. Jesus Christ. I just want to go back in the VOD so I can see what I was doing. Okay. Why is this so complicated? For no reason. Like, that also does this too. Why? I can't even double speed. 0 out of 10. I had a solution. Where is my solution? Oh my god. I remember this. This didn't work. I remember I scrapped that. And then I built something new. I rewatched this multiple times, checking what it actually did. So we got to... And then I rebuilt this. I basically just have to do this. Did I actually use the back piston? I probably used the back piston, didn't I? Why wouldn't you? I just didn't remember using it. Right? Like... Did so the entire thing can then retract upwards. The reason that's there is so that that piston can get there first. That can probably be done with just a double right here. By doing that. But how to retract this? That, yeah. And that's why he put the piston there, because then you can retract this easier. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah, I figured that out. So maybe we do have to do that shenanigans to get the thing in there. That kind of makes sense. Let's clear space. Okay, so how do I get a piston here? And I have to move this out of the way. Well, I could always just fire this top once. There we go. Now I have a piston here. But how do I move this block? Well, I can move it like this. And then I can retract it using a piston from over here. And I can get over here if I can do this. Okay, well that works. And I can double extend, double retract, single retract. And then I do the entire wall circuitry. And then I still have this left. Go here. Push this, push this, push this. There we go. Okay, that's pretty easy. That's manageable. I can do that. Maybe. There's no triple piston extender in sight. Also, I don't need this back piston at all. Completely useless. Get out of here. Okay. So that actually might be possible to do that. Because this should push this down by one block, which makes it easier to retract. In theory, because then you just need a triple. Just a triple instead of a quad, which is a lot easier. So we have this door closed. So let's do this thing later, but that's fine. Well, not yet, so now we pushed it down here. Where exactly? The piston needs to go here. It needs to end up. Oh, yeah. So we have to retract this, and then we use this double extender over here, which is going to be very jank and very dumb to wire, but okay. We use this thing to double extend, double retract, grab the block, get that out of our way. What am I trying to do exactly? I need to get a piston here. How do I get the piston here? It needs to be 2 lit down. Or no, it needs to be 1 down. Past the first one. This block is the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First block, piston. Right here. Jeez. So we have to remove this block. I can get a piston here. I'm not doing that. That doesn't give me a piston yet. Okay. That will give me a piston there. Now what do I do with this piston? Well, I'm going to use it. How do I use the piston? I do that. So you can push everything like that. Okay, cool. Now what do? Now I need to retract that piston out of the way. Wonderful. It's still not out of the way. Not wonderful. How did I get the piston there before? I didn't get the piston there before, dumbass. That's how you got the piston there. Oh my god. I didn't get the piston there in the first place! Herp-a-derp! So you need to somehow get a piston here. So how do I get the piston here? I've just been staring at the VOD. I haven't even actually done the redstone. My god. Well, let's see. here's our border. So we could always just put a piston here. Remember, this is still here. Our goal is to get a piston here, and that piston needs to come from somewhere. In theory. How did Lamendo get the piston there? Well, he uses this complicated ass fucking circuit and gets the piston there somehow. I don't know. This is a double extender at the top. Oh wait, no, that's the folded triple. Because this is 1, 2, 3. So I do need the back piston. So I need this piston. So how do I get this piston to go here? Well, I just retract this block. I do my double extension, double retraction over here. Eventually. Just set it up. How did I make it worse? I said double extension, double retraction. Where? Okay. And I got rid of that block by pushing it into the floor. Remember that. Now I have the room to do double extend, double retract. Or no, now I have the room to put the piston there. So that's the part I forgot about. I didn't even put the piston there. I just double extended, double retracted. And then put the piston there. But now that the piston is there, now I can actually do what the thing was trying to do. Now how do I power this? Oh god. From where? I guess here. Why is that not powering? You should be quasiing. What? Why? Like that. Okay. Sure. Well, fuck me. This is just annoying, you know? I mean, that also pushed it by a block. Just saying. But we also need to retract this block, too. And that's where the problem becomes. Very, very evident. You bitch. Now how do I move that? Oh. I'm tempted just to put 2 triples. One to extend, one to retract. I'm not dealing with this anymore, man. Or I could also do something like... Here, hold on. There we go, I can double retract right there. Or I guess triple. It's gonna have to be a triple down underneath. Which honestly, I'd probably much rather do a triple above, like this. Actually, no, I'd much rather do a triple underneath. That's going to be easier, I think. I could get kind of clever, because we have blocks here in the frame, and these could be used to store them here, and then I could just have a double out here to extend them. In theory, that doesn't affect anything. In theory, I don't think that gets affected by literally anything. Yeah, no, that's completely harmless. Nothing gets affected except this, because now I can do something more like that. So now I can push one over, push it up, and then double extend. Push one up. There we go. And then this gets all filled in. And then this can retract, double extend, also double extend, like that. And then we can have one piston right here that will retract this block. That could work. Or we have a dummy block in the center right here that fills in the frame. So it kind of pushes it up like that, and then everything else retracts. These are left in the walls over here, along with these, like so. And then at the very least, these are left in the ceiling like this. And there we go. Now we only have 2 blocks. And this is a pretty nice little setup here. Because basically I can just retract this block, push this up, double extend, single extend. Everything gets covered. And then on opening, single extend, double extend, push up. There we go. And there's entire... That's this entire bottom part done. That's it. That's just 2 double piston extenders. That's pretty easy to wire, have a lot of space. Perfect. This is going to be slightly harder, I think. But still pretty easy. It should be easy. Easy. We can... Actually, let me use levers. We're going to use sliders, I think. That's going to be a much better idea than what I was trying before. You know what? We could also still do more work over here because we can also put another double piston extender on this side that can retract more blocks. In theory. Yeah, we can. We can put another double extender to retract this block. We can have a double extender up here to push 1 block down right here and then extend back up, and then we can double extend, double retract again, and then we can have another dummy fake block right here, and then we're left with 1 singular quartz block. That's pretty good. You know, that's decent. That's a lot of progress, I think. And then how would that close exactly? Well, this would pull up first. These dummy blocks would retract. We would then extend this out. Extend. Double extend, extend up, push down, there's the center, then we can pull this, pull, double retract, dummy block, pull, double retract, double extend, double retract, double extend, double retract, double extend, double retract, dummy block. Ta-da! If we put a block in the corner, we might be able to shift everything over like this as well. That frees up 1 space right here. No, we need to do that thing that the guy Lamendo did. Because basically now my goal is to get a piston right here. Well, how do I do that? Well, I can have a piston up here. Well, how do we get that here? Well, I can have a piston here. Well, how do we get this here? Well, complicated. Let's see. There's a lot of free space up here. To be fair, there is a lot of free space. So what if I do just push over 1 block like this? Well, we do have 1 block in the ceiling that I can get rid of because it's a dummy block. We actually have 2. that we can get rid of because they're both dummy blocks. So both of these right here. So when the wall is still over here, we can extend this out by 1, which will get rid of this dummy block, and now it's actually a block in the door, and it's now free. There's now free space here. Because there's going to be another block here like this, because this is going to get pushed up. Question mark. Actually, no, that won't work. That will, though. Now we can just keep this over here as we're working, instead of pulling it the other way. We can pull it the other way now. That frees up some space over here. We might be able to do something with that space. But I'm not too sure. So how exactly would that work? Well, let's see. Let's actually fully retract everything and see how it would work. So let's just fully retract this, fully retract this. This gets extended, this gets extended, this gets extended. This double extend, retract, extended, double extend, extend once, retract. And then we need to do this entire door circuitry, so we need to pulse these. And then we need to shift these, pulse these out, shift this back, hit both of these. We're in position to now press this. There we go. Now, actually, that gets... So let's push all those back over again. All of these ones are fine. Okay, now let's go through the sequence. So we need to double extend, double retract right here. We need to double extend, double retract, single extend, double extend, double retract, double extend, double retract, put in a dummy block. If we make this a dummy block as well, then there you go. Now to get rid of one of these ceiling blocks, we can push everything over by 1. So when we pull just this top part up, Minecraft, if we pull just this top part up, push it over, and then push it down, and then push these back up, now we have everything there. We need a piston on the other side so we can undo that. But now we have everything in place. In place for what? Well, now we have free space. We have an empty spot, which is very, very useful. So now we can put a piston here, in theory. At least, in theory. In game theory. Thanks for watching. We could just put a triple up here, and then have like a piston or something extend out. Then we do the wall circuitry. So I'll just do the wall circuitry. So we need to move this. Remove these. One. Then we need to retract, push these back out, double extend, retract. And now we're left with one block that we need to deal with. And then we also need to push these over and then get this prepared for pushing. Okay. And now this can actually stay right here until opening when it needs to move. So that's nice. Now let's see. We have this one block in the dead direct center. That's annoying. Very, very annoying. We need to somehow get a piston right here. Either so we can just retract this block, and then we can move everything else to retract it, or so we can do something else with it. So let's see. We need to retract this block. We do have a free space in the door. That free space could be used. Honestly, I just need an observer. Like right here. That way I can power a piston from there. Because once we have a piston in here, now it's just as simple as putting this over here. Retracting. Slide everything back over again. And now we're back to this issue. I really just need to find out a way that I can remove these center blocks. And I have another, like, free space over here. It isn't being occupied by anything else. So I could also push this one down. How did I retract the first one? Oh, we can check the stream VOD now. In theory. How did I... to retract it. We need... Opening. This is on the upper side, so we can undo that. But now we have these back up part up. We pull just this top part up. I see. So I pulled just these pistons, and then I pushed this over, then push an extra block down. And now we have this block, which is this block. So how do I get rid of the other one? Well, I can simply just push this over, or I could just push this over, like this. How did I over by 1? So when we pull just this top part of it. Okay, so basically I just need to get a block in this space. But now I no longer have an air block. But I can replace it with a double extender, so now it doesn't matter. Question mark? I don't know. So now I can get rid of this block. Or now I can move this block out of the way. Double extend, double retract. Double extend, double retract. Move this block. And actually, now I have a way to move all of these blocks to here, which is even better. I feel like maybe that's a better way. What a problem isn't really these ceiling blocks, I guess. So let's just replace these back with dummies. I will replace this one with an actual block though, because that is pretty smart. And that is actually helpful to do it like that. Because now I actually can get it like this, which is what I want. But how do I retract this block? How do I track the one singular block that's left? You know, one block. Okay, well, this is our ceiling. So we gotta work around our ceiling. We can retract a piston. Nope, we can just have a triple extender up here. And that actually solves the entire problem, because here's why. So now I should be able to do this. Don't want to be able to do that, but whatever. So now I'm able to extend all of those. Okay, let's just close the entire door real quick. I'll show you why that should, in theory, work. Okay. That should just fix the problem, because now it can triple extend here, which means we can grab this block as well. And that should just solve the entire problem, because this is going to be our block storage. We can put it right here. We can keep this out of the way, and then we can extend it upwards. So now we're actually using part of that frame there. And that should be pretty efficient. So, let's see. Okay, so if I do what exactly? We need to do single extension, double retract. This is our dummy block that we're going to solve later. We need to do double extend, double retract, double extend, double retract, and now we have some free space. Now when we come in here and do double extend, double retract, and then retract these blocks, and then extend these blocks back out, push this over, extend this down into place, and then retract these. Now this is all in place. There should be 4 blocks. There should be 4 blocks. But also, we can now steal this. But now we should also be able to do triple extend, triple retract. And then we should be able to just kind of retract this. Point. There you go. We have a hole in the ceiling, but that's the only problem. And then do all this. There you go. Open frame. It technically will work now. Technically. We need a triple piston extender at the top, but it will work. And I'm going to prefer to use a slime ball version like this, because then I can put an observer. Like that. Let's see, we have 25 blocks. We can subtract 8 from that total. So 25 minus 8 is going to give you 17. We have 20 blocks in our frame. 2 of them are guaranteed to not be taken up. So 1 is not occupied, and that's the one that we're not occupying in the corner over here. I mean, yeah. Green levers are on the ground, jeez. Just doing some testing. I feel like this should just be a dummy block instead of the other thing. So let's see, we double extend, double retract. Double extend, double retract. Single extend, double extend, double retract. Double extend, double retract, dummy blocks. Well, there's no reason why I can't just shove those in here with a double piston extender, right? And that frees up a lot of space. And then I can just push them back up like this. Really? You know, I just realized nothing's stopping me from just putting a block in the wall right here. Which means that design would work, in theory. And I see no reason why that couldn't work. Okay, so we retract 2 of the pistons up here. Plus this one. Well, I guess now we just have the triple. I really do not like how this is not centered, but I can't really do anything about that. Actually, maybe I can. Maybe I can't. Whatever. There we go, some block cycling, I can even get rid of the center block. That's honestly cooler. Piston feed tape. Actually, dum-dum, piston feed tape, that would solve your solution. That'd solve your solution. Okay. That'd solve your problem. Dummy. What a piston feed tape. What are you doing? Duh. I need a piston right here? Okay. We'll get it from the piston feed tape that goes for here. Duh. Idiot. Then I won't even need these top rows either. Hold on. Hold on. Nope, I have to test that now. Let's just get rid of all of the circuitry I have right now, right? So I need to retract, what, this piston, this piston, this piston, this piston? That seems pretty inefficient. Why don't we just remove all of those and just have one piston that gets pushed with like an observer next to it. So every time this gets pushed, it also gets powered, right? Why don't I just do that? So we have one piston right here. Put this here. And then we just have a bunch of blocks all lined up. Ah, that's our problem. I see. Well... For some finessing, I can get that to be centered. I mean, that looks pretty good. I can kind of just store this and then eventually push it back into place like that. Maybe. That's probably a better idea. Okay. Let's see. So I want to extend once. Now, again, I need to store this middle block. let's see. We got to move this out of the way. We got to move this out of the way. Then we gotta steal this. Gonna move this out of the way. Move this out of the way. Move this out of the way. Swipe it. Like that. Triple extend. Triple retract. Push over once. And then we store one of them like down here or something. And then we push everything. And there we go. Let's see. How would I do that in reverse? So I need to push this back over. I need to push this over. Push this up. Push, push, push up. Push, push, push up. Or wait, no, I only need one at the top. Okay, hold on. So I need to reposition. Right. Because all we need is just this section. Forgot about that. Okay. So now we have this gap. Now we can double extend, double retract, single extend, double retract, double extend, double retract. This needs to go into storage. Double extend, double retract. Triple extend, triple retract. Now we need to move these. So we need to push this one out, push this one up, and then push this across. And then we need to push in a storage block from over here. Push it up, and now we have a completed frame. So then on opening, you need to get rid of that block. You need to then put this away. Or you don't even need to do that move, because you can just do this and push up. And then it's going to be push here, push, double extend, retract, extend, retract. And then single extend, and there's the completed door. So it's double extend, double retract at the start. Now I need to grab one of the blocks from over here. I need to grab the second block from over here. Oh, I was able to push it, that's why. Okay. So I need to be able to do this. Double extend, double retract. Put this back into storage. Double extend, double retract. Storage. Triple extend, triple retract. Double extend, double retract. Push over. No. Failed. Double extend, double retract. Let's see. I need to do double extend, double retract. There's a block in storage in this corner, so eventually we can get a corner block right here. So this would end up here. So this ends up looking like this, in theory. This is what it should end up looking like. But we still have this block that we need to get rid of. So how do I get rid of this? That's our issue. So I need to grab this, put this back into storage, put this over here. So I can then double extend, double retract, double extend, double retract. Now I need to get rid of this, double extend, double retract. Or I need to extend here, extend, extend, push, back down, please. Triple extend, triple retract, and then put that in like this. This is like a pusher block. And then again, I need to retract this out of the way completely, retract this out of the way completely, double extend, double retract, extend up once here, then double extend, push, retract, push, double extend, retract, push, double extend, push, push. Jesus. And then put this back in place. Or just leave it in the corner, probably. Oh my god. So opening is the only time I need... Opening is the only time I actually need a triple piston extender like this. So that's good. Okay. So I gotta remember this sequence now. Because I need to get this block here. So how did I do that? Well, I need to double extend, double retract up here. That's just a simple double. This is very simple. This is very easy. And the nice part is I can just do that immediately. That's the first step in both. So I can actually just knock this out of the way immediately. Because I already know exactly how I'm going to do that. Because it's just going to be a standard vertical downwards triple piston, or standard vertical downwards triple extender. Alright, sure. It's just going to be a standard downwards double extender, like this. There you go. Whoop-de-doo. Alright, there's part one. Nice and easy. Not for suffering. So we need to double extend, double retract. Then, I need to grab one of these blocks. I need to pull it to the left. Then I need to extend, extend, extend. Now I can retract here. Extend, retract, extend, retract. Now I still need to get this to here. So I need to keep this block in storage, keep this in storage. I need to put all of this onto the left side storage. So I can triple extend, triple retract. Then I need to push this block, 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 and there you go. And then that all has to happen in reverse, so I need to get rid of the temp block, put this out of the way, get this out of the way, push, 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 push. No, the other one. Push, 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 double extend, push, retract, double extend, push, retract, retract, and then single extend this one back here, like so. Boink. Okay, wonderful. Okay, put this in the corner. Okay, so exactly how am I going to do this? Double extend, double extend. Now I have an opening. Yay. We need to put it in the left side. So retract, store it. Retract, store it. Double extend, retract. Now we need to move blocks. This block should be over here. Double extend, retract, triple extend, triple retract. Now how on earth did I get this here exactly? Well, we keep this here. And since this is in order, we just go boink, 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 no. Boink, no. Boink, boink. There you go, done. Then we can retract this, retract, retract, double extend, retract, push, extend, extend, push, double extend, push, extend, double extend, push, extend, retract. What? I don't even know anymore, man. Okay. So the order is left, store it. Right, store it. Double, double, triple, push, 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 push. It's gonna look really cool once it's done, but it's not done. So, you know. So retract, 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 double extend, double, jeez, retract, push up, double extend up, double extend up, retract, push, double extend up, push, retract, Jesus. Okay, there. I need to make this triple extender in the center first. That's going to be like the hardest part. So I need to make that first. But how exactly do I do that? Well... Oh yeah, my 4x6 concept. It looks really fun to wire. That also looks really fun to wire. Where the fuck is my triple piston extender? I think I broke it actually. I think I destroyed it. I don't remember why, but I think I did. Oops. Well, I guess we don't have a triple piston extender anymore. I do remember how it worked though, so it's nice. It was basically just a double with some extra stuff. But my problem is I need to somehow power a piston right here, and I don't know how to do that. Can I use an observer right here? No, because of course you can't. Okay, well, then we're gonna have to somehow move this out of the way. We do have this storage cell. There's nothing really stopping me from just adding another storage cell. We could just store the observer in here like that. Oh my god. Just extend. Where did the other block go? Whatever, man. How? What? Oh. Right. Okay. Now how how am I gonna wire this? Double extend, double retract. Again, left side, storage. Up here. God. Right side, storage. Double extend, double retract. Store it. Now here's the big boy, triple extend. So we need to put this piston out, and then these two pistons. That does it for me. There we go. I can move this out of the way here. No, I guess not. Yeah. I could do something like that, I guess. Ugh. Actually, if we don't have these, we can make this a slime extender near the bottom here. Which is a little bit easier, because now we can add a pulse right here pretty easily. Okay, I guess not. That's pretty good. 1, 2. Okay, that works. I mean, that kind of works. Okay, this is pretty cursed, but we could have like another double piston extender on the other side. That doesn't even work. Never mind. Problem is we can't get power to it. It's not. It's just not gonna work. We need a double extender over here anyways. We can pretty easily get just a single pulse by like putting a circuit over here. There we go, there's our single. Now for the triple, we need like a repeater here. We basically just need a double, and then we need a thing to put an observer just like right here. Okay, so we're putting the triple piston extender on the top. Trust me, it's gonna be way easier. Like, significantly easier. If this just stays as a double, it's going to be a lot easier to wire a downwards vertical triple. Okay, I'm going to be honest. So, we're going to find one off the internet. So I don't know how to make a triple piston extender, and it's hard. So, find a flush downwards triple piston extender.
Yahoo! Welcome to Quick Play, my Ewan's Triple Piston Extender Farm. Today we're going to be exploring 18 different types of triple piston extenders that are all completely flush. So let's jump straight into it. Not all these are by me and you, a couple more are by other people from the Redstone community, but for the most part they're by us. So this very first one is probably my favorite design, it's my Skyclip. Really simple, and really small too. So I probably won't be showing too many tutorials on how to make most of these. I'll put a timestamp right here if you guys want to see when I do show a couple of them. But for the most part, you can probably just pause the video and figure it out. This one is just 3 ticks on the side with the redstone lamp and 1 tick on this side. The next one is one I made, but it's pretty much Skyflip's design. The only issue with his design is that there's 1 block too tall. Whenever I like to make doors, I like to keep it as small as possible, and so I don't want to go any taller than this piston right here. So this is, I'll be showing you how to build this one later, but exact same thing, really simple, and showing you how to build one tall. Whenever I like to make doors, I like to keep it as small as possible.
Now, I don't know if you need the stone button pulse, so we're going to figure that out, I guess. I retextured lamps to be black and white, by the way. That's why it looks like that. Alright, we need use blue, I guess. I'm gonna be alt-tabbing a lot here, so sorry about that.
And so I don't want to go any taller than this.
I think that's literally all we need. Alright, well. Where did this observer even go? It is indeed a triple. Is it better if I power it with like a 4-tick? Nope, it's significantly worse. Ouch. Alright, well. Oh my. I'm also just gonna break that bottom piston real quick. What the fuck? Okay.
So this is, I'll be showing you how to build this one later, but exactly like, really simple. And the this next one's by you. It's almost the exact same thing as this one. It's just, it uses a different design pretty much. So I'll put a link for the world download. If you guys are interested in that, you can probably check out all these. Because I think they're pretty cool, and if you guys are in need of a triple distance extender, there's a lot of them. So, yeah, not much to say about this one. It's a little bit bigger than this, but it's also a little bit faster than this. So it really doesn't have what you need triple distance extender for, and what you put is, this one's a little bit farther to the left, this one's next to this. So, different designs for different purposes. This next one, however, is by Newman Long. It's the smallest one out of all these two, except it's only 2 blocks inside, and it doesn't go past where the piston is. The only problem with this one is it's really dirty. As you can see, it kind of expands a lot, but it does work. I'll show you from the back if you guys want to build it. This observer goes here, this observer goes towards the center, and this one goes to the left. But yeah, really simple. Yeah. So now we're getting to a more interesting type of triple distance extender. These are one-sided triple distance extenders that anyone can make. So the point of these is that they can have 2 triple distance extenders right next to them. So you can use it for like 6x6 wall doors, or I don't know, anything crazy, 2 triple distance extenders next to each other. So the issue with this one is you press it twice for it to go to a full rotation. That's not twice. So now it's got a block and it's reset. Press it the first time, it grabs the block, press it again, that pulls all the way back. This one kind of sucks. This is my very first try of it. The second one is really simple. It's just 4 observers. This one pointing to the right, this one also pointing to the right. Repeat yourself through. But this is the exact same thing as that. You press it 3 times, or you go to the full rotation. Or twice in. And here you go. This is when I use the nice fixing solver. Now, so the issue with having pressed the button twice is it's really hard to power it and give it out of the way for it to press twice. So me and my unit spent the longest amount of time trying to figure out one where you press it once, and it does the whole thing, and it's only on one side. Also, the other limit is that you can go past this height. But I tried for so long to kind of hit it, and I'm so glad my unit did, because I believe this is the only one that is one-sided and flush. I've never seen another type, so yeah, this is these 2 observers over here. This has to be as a driver. I can't remember why, but it has to be a driver. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's probably my favorite triple distance extender that's one-sided. But the next one is a bit smaller. This is cropped out by an edge. I have a lot here. Except it has to have a double distance extender next to it to help out. So this is what you use for like a vaulter. You know what I mean? Have like 5 here. Kind of didn't explain very well, but a bunch of vaulters, they have a double in front and a triple back. And that's pretty much it. I can explain why, because my triple does not work. It doesn't have the final reaction because I had to crop off one block. I was trying to imitate this design. It just did not work. So I had to add a double distance extender next to it to just help out and it'll power the last reaction. So yeah. I had to remake this one however because the input was on the back, and if you see from here you cannot power this anyway unless you go on black color. So I made another one. This one is maybe pretty much the input is on the front side, but the input is so many power easily. But this kind of cost because now has like this weird little spam effect at the very end, which is really disappointing, but it's the best. I tried to come up with other designs, but it's the only one that worked. Okay, so this is another one that I made. This is probably the most useful one out of all triple distance extenders because this one does not use a button as an input. How this one works, it is a forward tick. So you can have an observer running a 40 repeater that runs to do this on the block. Now you might not think that's really useful, but it really is because that means you can power it by just updating this observer. So let's say you build the rest of them over here, and then you're like, oh, I need to power my triple now, and then you just have like an observer running across this, and it'll power it. So that's really, really useful. I'll show you guys what this one later. But this one also took me a fat minute, but it's really quick too. But if you guys are indoors, you probably know how useful this can be. Now we're getting to the folder triple distance extender.
I'm doing that one.
Very useless, but it does work. So you press the button and it spits out, so it's 3 blocks now. And it leaves this in there. Press it again, it will pull it back. So if you don't understand what I mean by fold it, so this is a normal triple distance, right? And it goes 2 blocks down. But the same thing is on here. What happens here is it'll spit it out, push this in. So that's how it does the triple. And that's all the way back up. So yeah, not very useful, but I don't think there's many other triple distances that are folded like this that you can just press a button and let it do the same as well. So we're going to show the ceiling triple distance, and we're going to be looking at the side ones. These are all the ones coming from the wall. I had no clue who made this one. It was just on my website testing one, so it's really simple. All the side ones are pretty much the exact same. They all use the exact same concept of just you piston here, you just have row observers. So there's really no difference between them. The only difference is how you power it. This one, as you can see, is wider. Yeah, it goes 1 block too far, and I wasn't a fan of that. So I made another one. This is probably my favorite type of input. It's from the bottom. It's a little bit taller now, but this makes it a lot more useful actually, because it's a lot easier to power it when you make a really compact door. Because then you just have a repeater run to this. Like a repeater like this run to that. It's really easy to power it. But once up here, it's a lot harder to do the rest of it. So this is the first step, and this is the most compact one. I'll show you guys the other one later. But this is when I use my statistics fault. Very, very simple. It's yeah, you can probably build it just looking at it. So this triple distance extender is by Project. It's the only one that comes out of the floor, because for the floor triple distance extender, you can put an observer at some point. Here's the issue. This observer has to come in, power it, and so it makes it really, really difficult. Also,
you move the observer for the double! That's really smart.
I'm not a huge fan of it because wooden buttons are not my thing, but if you guys are interested, you could definitely build this though. These observers go like that, this one goes to the left. And you could probably figure out the rest. This has to be an immovable object. And this is This is probably the biggest brain triple piston extender, honestly. This next one here is by my Ewan.
That's really cool.
It was just a challenge I kind of gave to him. There's really no point to it. The whole point of this triple piston extender was it had to use a lever to power. And so it works like all the other ones. It does leave the piston down. But it's one wide and a little bit taller. But it does use a lever. Maybe somebody could find this useful. I highly doubt it, but it's kind of cool. So this is a pushing only triple piston extender. So it can only push in one direction, but it's from the floor. So it takes this block right here and it goes up 3 blocks and matches with the floor. And it has a fold-in, so it's really, really compact too. So that's how that works. And you know, if you have like a glass block here, you can use this for like a 3x3. And you can use it to push up all 3 glass blocks, which is pretty cool. And it doesn't pull it back or anything, but it's probably useful, maybe? I don't know. I used it for my 3x3 glass store, but maybe somebody else can find a use for it. But pretty much, this observer goes there, this one goes there, this one goes there. Yahoo! And this is the final triple piston extender for today. This one doesn't split the block, this is a pushing only. So what happens is if you have like a block here and you want to push it all the way down 3 blocks, this is really useful for that. Yeah, I don't really know how to explain it. This observer goes there, this one goes there, this one goes in that direction. And these 2 repeaters are set to 4, this one's set to 1. This is my favorite pushing triple piston. My Ewan made this one, but it's really nice. I find it's super compact, so I find the use for this all the time. But yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to show you guys how to build some of these. This is the second one to show you guys. So we're going to start off with where the triple piston is. And just pretty much put 3 pistons face down that. And then left, back here. Observer, read, and you below. Read. The next one is the derpy one, the super small derpy. And to the right. Useful one, so it's probably best to make it work. 3 pistons facing straight down. And on the left side, right, we're going to have observer facing left. And then we're going to have facing straight down there. Diagonal to it, and another one facing straight down next. Read this observer pointing to the back.
Holy observer spam. Jeez.
Pointing straight back like this. Then underneath this one, I have an observer facing to the right.
Oh my god.
Either here, that's on us there, and there.
No, you herpy derpy.
And I believe this is set to 2 ticks. Now on the right side of this, one block there, and one diagonal to it. Repeater here.
Note blocks, yay.
A sticky piston facing straight down, and a observer. Oopsies. An observer. One block down, like that. And we're gonna have another observer. Read this no block, pointing straight down, pointing to the left. I believe that is everything. I missed something. Observer facing straight up here. Reading this one into the note block. And yeah, that's it. Now if you have a repeater pointed into this note block set to forward, and just an observer on the back of this repeater.
If this doesn't work for some reason, I'm gonna be very sad. Alright. Don't know what's funny. This entire thing. That's funny. Also, there's no reason for this to be a note block. Anyways. Okay, good. Hardest part of the door done. Thank goodness. There we go. Nice and simple. Jeez. Okay. There. You have to power it twice, but that's fine. Now, what I'm kind of interested in is that you can just power one of these just by doing that. That's pretty useful. Alright. Let's see. That's incredibly simple. But does get in the way. I should be able to fix that. I'm just doing something like this. I mean, that should technically work. Oh, come on. What? A little jank, but it does work. I think I just zero ticked it. Oh, come on. Back to the drawing board. Christ. On a bike. That actually might work. It's going for here first. Let's try a target block. Now it's just redirecting. I know I have double extenders. The problem is that they're not like... I have horizontal ones. They're just not what I need. I get this one. Like... Oh look. Look how compact it is. It's perfect, right? Oh look, it uses blocks on top. Okay. Throw it out. Useless. Where else? Where else do I have double extenders? There's this classic design. Oh, here's a triple. least I finally found it. I basically just need to power a double extender from the bottom. That's my current predicament. I guess, you know. That's all I need to do. I just need to power a double from the bottom. Mostly bottom, I guess, because this also is... No. This also isn't correct. Nice. Of course. It doesn't... Can't be.
Welcome back. Today we're going to be checking out the best triple piston extender. Here is my triple piston extender. As you can see, it's absolutely tiny, but it's only one wide, and that's all. The cool thing about this one is it doesn't have any redstone on the other side of it, so if you wanted to definitely put more redstone or more pistons on this side, and also work this and it also works with only a server balls, so it's really easy to install with any build. All you have to do is power this for video with insert. And that is triple piston. Let me show you this couple things. It's super fast to do. But I'm going to show you guys how to make this one, and this one at the very end. But stick around, you guys actually want to see how you can make other variations of this exact same triple piston.
Okay. Sure, man, sure. Whatever you say. Like, okay. Every time, huh? Every time. There you go. Now it does mess with this, but thankfully it shouldn't affect anything, I don't think. Hopefully. Please. Now let's try building this try keyword. Very big keyword there. Try to build this on the other side as well. And let's just see what happens. And there's going to be pistons here, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. And then we could just put a piece of obsidian to just prevent that from moving. If something's in the way. Alright, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. We want to end up with 2 and the sea lantern, so we want to do this. Now we're free to do the triple. And now we can grab this, pull it away. There we go. And then we can grab this. Okay. And then we open up these. Now we need to close this. So we remove these, remove this, fire this. We need to we do need a single on this. Double, and then we need to single this one again. Then we need you single. There you go. Alright, now I can do that whole layer at once. So, should be able to do that. Need to single, double. This should also still be in storage down here. Yep, beautiful. Speaking of storage, yep. Oh, that's even worse. Go store that there like this. Now we need to fire off the triple. Okay, wonderful. Okay, nice and clear, open. Oh my god! Okay, there we go. That's That's a 5x5 piston door opened. Jeez, man. Also, this makes a lot more sense if I were to put these at the bottom like this. Plus, now it's a little easier. Yeah, still seamless. Look at that. That's very nice. Let's start copying over some of the, at least the pistons, or copy over the pistons, or the main pistons. Not any of the other pistons, just these pistons. Just because they're very important. This is kind of cool, this little row we got going on. I guess I can start copying over some of the circuitry as well. Is this also dust? It's also dust. That's really cool. It's like a little line right here. I'm assuming this is a one tick. Yup. What did that just do? Whatever. Okay. What did that just do? What did I just hit? I don't... Whatever, man. Whatever. I believe that should be everything fully copied over to the other side, and that's going to be our 4x4. That's going to be our 5x5 piston layout, I think. 5x5's piston layout. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks wide, which is kind of bad, but first 5x5, who cares? Whatever. It's centered, at least, so it's free on each side, so that's pretty nice. And grab some white stained glass, fill in all the gaps here. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's close this thing. There we go, there's one half done. Now for the other half. So this is the half I haven't tested yet, so we're gonna see if it works. Actually, I should have been doing this at the start. There we go. There we go, works perfectly. Wonderful. Now I just need to center 4 blocks. And let's see here. So the order is going to be... How did I do this before? I think I did do that. I think I left space on this side and then singled these like that. Actually, you don't even need this move because you can just do this. And then the next one is the sea lantern. And then it's this block. And there you go. Door closed. Wonderful. Beautiful. Yay! Okay. And then for opening, I need to... let's see. I have to do this. I have to do double retraction. Store it. Double extension. Double extension. Store it. Then I need to fire off the triple. Twice. And it's gonna mess this up. That's really annoying. Okay, I can eventually force its way to open. And now it will just open. That's weird. Hold on. So by default, it looks like this. We gotta bring these back up. Oh my god, Minecraft, come on. Here. That's what it looks like by default. So I need to fire the triple. Then I need to fire this. Then I need to fire the triple again. Okay. Gotcha. And then to close, literally just that. And then for, again for opening, fire triple, fire this, fire the triple. And then it should open. Okay, I don't know what that's doing. Okay, there we go. One tick, one tick, one tick, one tick. Okay, beautiful. Triple. Beautiful. Okay. Now we need to there we go. Now we need to retract the walls in. So to do that, we need to fire off magenta first on each side. Right. Of course, it's going to be in sync, hopefully. In sync on each side. We need to pulse red here. And then yellow. Pulse these. Get these out of the way. Make sure they're nice and open. So when we pulse red again, everything is fine. Nothing breaks. And then we do this and this. And there we go. 5x5 piston door. Yay. At the very least, we have a layout that will work. And we have inputs for the layout that will work. Jeez. Save and quit. Now, I do not think I will have the time to, in the slightest, like literally in the slightest, do any sort of other wiring. It is 6:27, or I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. It's a thing, you know. Yeah, so, yeah, that's, it's 1 a.m. I'm going to bed. Like, I've been doing Redstone too long, man. Ugh, jeez. This is why I never made a 5x5 piston door before, by the way. It's just complicated. Like, really, really complicated, and I hate them. Whatever. Anyways. Tellernator is ending the stream. If you're going to bed at 1:10, you're me. Go, please, just, please. I get it's the weekend, but, like, just go to bed. Come on, man. Forgot to even turn on the music. Just been sitting here staring at the redstone. The redstone consumes me. I stare at the redstone and the redstone starts to stare back. Oh God. It's not the best.